Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready to do the time warp again? Apparently. That's what we got going on here.
Completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back. Back to that blissful moment. It's almost time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
For a second there, I thought we were in some kind of Ghibli production. Ladies and gentlemen, Fate, Flair, Matthew, James. Apparently, we've determined that our final gentleman in the chat is a bot. Considering the fact that they talked about the audio cutting off and the stream wasn't even up, I am inclined to agree. Yeah. I forgot to put my lighting on properly. Blair, thank you so much. That's like you say, it's Ace Attorney. Let's get it going. Thank you, Flair. Okay, let me sure I've got this straight. When your magic panties appear, I do a backflip into a handstand, then blow out the candle? Oh no, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can. I believe in you, Athena. Hello, Solaris. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but probably should have thought through it first. Now it's human cannibal this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. Interesting, just out of nowhere 9 lives reference. I guess... whatever. You've made your bed, Athena. Now you've got to lie in it. Now that Apollo is out of the picture, I guess Trucy has to move on to the next playable character. No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? Haha, you got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter, and a magician, not a musician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star of the Write Anything Agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm gonna forget everything I ever learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business is as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. Hey, it's the man! When I looked at the banner for this case, like it says at the top of the stream, looks like old times. We got Phoenix, we got Edgeworth, we got Maya, we've got Larry the man. Larry Butts. And it sure smells in here. Darius, you had a good brownie? Very nice. Also, hello, Darius. You know, the countdown, the animation compilations that spoiled the finale of the main story from years ago for you? They all launched before the DLC trial, so you're playing as a bad on this? Well, there you go then. I get to share the experience with you all. Yo! Long time no see! Ugh. Larry? I haven't seen you in years! What brings you in here all of a sudden? What do you think, Phoenix? Mr. Accident-prone walking disaster? Boy failure? Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. Larry is in another one of his artiste arcs, which means someone's probably using him for something. Alright. Well, it's the lady from the intro. How do you do? Hi? That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. Ellen Wyatt? I'm trying to find the pun in that name. Ellen Wyatt? Like L and Y at? Or like Wyatt as in what? I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? Isn't Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright. Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. What is a Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So actually, we decided to get married! Oh boy. The Ace Attorney unks never have good luck when it comes to love and marriage. You... what? I'm not so young anymore, you know. Figured it's time to finally settle down. What? You're... getting married? No way. No way, I don't believe it. Besides... why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? You're kidding, right? Jealous? Don't blame ya, but green's really not your color, you know. Alright, Larry, lay it on me. In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like, love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? She's so into it. This is absolutely what she's intending to do. Nothing ulterior whatsoever. Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. I'm in love with Soren. Not you. Say what? That's about what I thought. Why are we in this conversation anyway? But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we could get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. Ah, there's Larry. The man of emotion. This is not happening. I haven't shook off the police for you. And for what? That's it. We can't be together. Yep, that's Larry for you. He says this every time. Dang, it is so uncanny to see Larry's original trilogy animations in 3D. Wait, back off. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we're lovers of the lamb. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Well, there you go. Didn't take long to hit up that route. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell on me. They had me confined in a separate room, and that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick. Me and Ellie were going to elope. We were going to put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from the police. A photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has just been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old is suspected of clubbing the victim, 25-year-old Dumas Gloomsbury, to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. The two fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them... You've got to be kidding me. Oh, brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Oh, Nick. What's a guy to do? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Laurice Jonim. Laurice like denim? Chat, analysis on that name. I can't believe you didn't know that I am taking the picture book well by storm. Stop with the accent, Larry. Okay. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Now that you mention it, I think I did hear something about a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. What? That heart-shaped pork chop? He's not a pork chop. He's the main character in my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows. Have a morning, Q Piglet. And you can see this adorable fellow make his debut in Q Piglet's Lovely Dovely Lark. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores, now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? When a Wanderer is more successful than Larry usually gets, good for him. Yeah, I kind of have a little bit of solidarity there, don't I? Please, I'm begging you, I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No Cyclops. Guess that means she's telling the truth. Helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You may find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. Aw, man, spirit channeling is real, and a litany of other magical who's-he-what's-its. You know, we can tell psychology using technology. There's spirit channeling. There's divination seances. People can, whatever Apollo's got going on. But time travel, I draw the line there. Everything magical exists except for this one thing. I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in an instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck. And I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only, this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead. And somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... What's going on? Mr. Wright? There are police cars outside. Not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Larry's fake last name is Denim, or however you spell it, like pseudonym. That's a good one. Probably a better fit. Unless, maybe... Do you think in original Japanese, his name was like Rarisu? So the like, Larisu, Denim. Shot in the dark, but hey. Daddy, a whole squad of officers has the building surrounded. What? This is the police! There's no escape! Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up! Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know! I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3... 44, 45, well, talk about overkill.
Listen here, you criminals! Think about what you're putting your poor parents through! I'm sure this isn't how they raised you! Think about their smiling faces and their warm, home-cooked meals!
What are you doing? What are you doing, Sergeant?
I haven't had lunch today! Who the heck are you? You're not a detective! Hold on there! Hey! You can't go in there! It's too dangerous! Wait!
Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? I knew it was gonna be Emma once they said detective, but my heart actually skipped a beat that maybe there was the surprise gumshoe. Where is this man? Everyone else is showing up. I'm sorry for all the commotion. So, what in the world is going on? Well, I raced on over as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Buttsuit holed himself up in here. With the murder suspect after he made off with her. And a fleet of patrol cars. The police are being extra careful, because apparently, a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb!" I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police are being so persistent, I had to do something. So I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning, so if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. I guess I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away. Larry underwent a voice change in the middle of this sketch. Listen, Larry, I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, 'cause it's you! Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? Skip it on me? We've only started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You'd better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You gotta get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Yeah, now you know what Apollo was going through. It's a little rite of passage. Don't worry, you go through this, you might become the head of your own law offices in another country one day. Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. Oh no! Stop, I'm begging you. She's getting away. You get back here, Athena. I'll chase you to the edge of the earth. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Especially about the whole time-traveling business she was talking about. Today must be a roller coaster for Wright right now. Nah, for him it's just Tuesday. Is it even possible to hold your breath that long? Let's see. What's the longest amount of time someone has held their breath for? The longest breath held voluntarily underwater is 29 minutes and 3 seconds. So it is possible. And I'm guessing that magicians have their own way of making it look like they're holding it for even longer. Is it possible for me to hold my breath that long? Absolutely not. I would need to start doing some cardio. Maybe if I did a little bit of power walking for half an hour a day, then I might get up to that point. Maybe. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Nick is going to defend you, Ellie! Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What? Oh, wow. Okay. We got a break in composure. Whoa, Nelly. Where did she get that frying pan? She just went from normal like maid into looking like a totally Spies character. What the heck happened here? Why was she so composed at one point and all of a sudden, boom, turned into a cartoon? And once again, where'd that frying pan come from? Did they just have one on the floor? Whoever was in the detention center last came in there? I don't know, but she's a whole lot more expressive. You're not gonna take my case? I'm never gonna be happy. Miss Wyatt? What? Did I do something wrong? All of a sudden, Ellen is much more of a perfect fit for her, Larry. Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. And the police will believe me, and neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell! Alright, I'll do it. I'll take your case. Just please stop crying. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together. I think you did alright. There. It's gonna be okay. Now try to pull yourself together. Alright, just give me a moment. And just like that, she's back into it. I have a feeling that her drop of a hat personality shift is going to be a not small portion of this mystery. Is she setting as a trap or equipping for a +5 defense? A mix of both somehow? Maybe. It's the verse like that. I'm truly grateful for you to taking on my case, Mr. Wright. Sure, no problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. Yeah, but didn't mean to do that. She went from being the typical cool, collected service member to basically being Larry in terms of emotional depth. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. All right. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. Oh, dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing pride! What a creep! That's rich coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? No. But what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Jay's jealous much? What a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant, yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. He said it's a symbol of our love. Do we have a last name? Not yet. And so you made a wish on it. Now, you may think that what I'm about to say is very strange, but I begged the pendant, please, take me back to that blissful moment. And do you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's the time-traveling thing you mentioned back in my office. I'm sorry, but I have to say, it is pretty unbelievable. Unbelievable! Here we go again. I know you'd never believe me. Nick? Oh, whoa. I don't remember Larry ever being able to do that in the previous game. Ellie here is the honest-to-goodness time traveler. Don't you believe your own client? The magic of that pendant sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. Sure, Larry, sure. But it's true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged it for help, and it really did send me back in time. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we already held it once before. During it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for the murder? Well, after the reception ended, the section reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Hold on, cleaning? Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as servant of the Sprocket household. I offered to take on the preparation and clean up the reception banquet. I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So, you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right. I just came across it by accident. I became confused and didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I'd killed him. So, this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time. A time machine and a magic pendant? How could any of this be possible? Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing, too? About the shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Well, that was a much quicker pull back together. She can make a killing as part of Trucy's act now that I think about it. If she's able to change her appearance at the drop of a hat like that. Be the next biggest thing next to the teleportation trick. Yes, good idea, Larry. But first tell me about the wedding. So, you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right. We only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Welly, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you! We're meant to be together! What? You're wrong, Larry! I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What's he like? Well, she was cooking and now she's ironing. His name is Soren Sprocket. Okay, there we go, Soren Sprocket. Soren Sprocket, like, whoosh! Soren. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... That's right. The next president of Sprocket Aviation. She looks so proud of her ironing. And she should be. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? Huh, he's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Allie, you're breaking my achy-breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. Anyways, tell me about that shadowy figure. We had a little bit of a detour, but now we're onto the shadowy figure like we originally planned. So, what's the shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. After I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. You see, it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. So, my initial theory is that Ellen is being put on, like hardcore being put on. That, like maybe she did pass out, and then, like, everybody involved held a fake second reception, and maybe the, Gloomsbury, like, did you ever meet Gloomsbury the second time around? Because he could have been killed, because they had the first reception. Gloomsbury tried to kill her, and then the shadowy figure ended up killing him, and then she passed out, and then she woke up, and then everybody involved convinced her that she had traveled back into the past. So that's my initial theory, is that this is one big production. Of course, knowing Ace Attorney, I'm also equally convinced that time travel probably is real. I can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel. Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! I get the feeling we're gonna meet a lot of people who are just gonna go along with the whole time travel shtick. If it ends up being a shtick. I guess I've asked all I can for now. Spick and span! Spick and span! Ellen? What are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can't I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span! Spick and span! Let's hope we can wipe away all the suspicion from you soon, too. Otherwise, we're looking at, like, what? 18 streams? Didn't these games usually take around, like, what? 8 or 9? We're getting our value with this one. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What? You're coming too? Oh, of course I am. If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change her mind about me, you know. You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go. Surely he isn't going to be our assistant in the trial, right? Right? And there's that RAL that we talked about before. Are we gonna... Is the rivalry between Sprocket and RAL go... Oh, no. They're not rivals. They're working for one another. Ugh. It usually comes down to rivalries in these cases. So this is Sprocket Park. But where's the reception hall? Reception hall? Oh, that's, wow, looky there. What is it? I just thought of me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Larry, you deserve everything that comes your way. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, man's gonna stop and smell the roses when they appear. I am an artiste after all. El mías, yo! I thought he was gonna take me to the crime scene. Oh well. I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Oh, what is this? A smashed bench? So this bench hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too. That would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture, too. Really? That's not part of the case? Wow, this thing's really banged up. You look at the sign? They say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see. The wind caused that. More like a tornado. More like a tornado, am I right? Yeah! Wait. More like a tornado, right? More like a gayru. The repair guy was saying, don't touch, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy, looks like it was a lot of work. Wow, that airship is huge. And if we get farther enough in, we'll probably be able to ride it around the world. Oops. Didn't mean to say that out loud. Only ever seen airships like this up in the sky. Well, we have become a Final Fantasy game. We have an airship now. Now all we need is a Sid. But I gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Playoff, man! That wasn't on my game today! So now you're done, mind telling me where the reception hall is already? What do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? You mean to tell me? Yup, Ellen's reception was on that airship. Whoa, the sky-high reception hall? Yep, that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out yourself with this pamphlet. The fact that the reception was happening on a flying airship actually lends a little bit more credence to the fact that it could be that either everybody wanted Gloomsbury dead in the first place, or it just gave them all the more room to fake a time travel. The thing is, are we going to get any more proof of there being time travel? Because I'm holding on to that big performance. Everyone leading her to believe that it was time travel. And the fact that it was on a sequestered area far away from the terrestrial world, that lends it more credence. In my eyes, at least. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yup. She'll be here any minute now. Vroom. It can't be. That red sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? Exclamation mark! Surprise! Now admit it, that was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? Okay, you got me. Although, it was an impression, so... Maya, what are you doing here? Larry called me up. He says something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. That's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me! Larry, I'm gonna turn from Ace Attorney Phoenix into Marvel vs. Capcom Phoenix. Don't push me. Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride anyway. Wow. Poor Larry. That's a new low even for him. But, hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fag. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium. But now their training is over, she's back home here in the States. That's right. The new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Goddamn. Absolute icon. It's a good thing we waited to do this after the main story. Apollo not being here would be confusing otherwise. I suppose. Yeah, because the DLC involved Apollo. He played support. Look at you, Maya. All grown up and as cute as ever. Uh-oh, you know what? Now I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. There we go. Edgeworth, I figured that car belonged to you. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. So, what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? Please tell me you're gonna be prosecuting. If he says he's taking the case, then I will not know where my pants went. Just so you know, right? I'm the lead prosecutor on their case, and there they go. What? You? Yes. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So, I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they try to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? You're never getting over the glasses? Hey, in order to show a little bit of Asian progression, everybody needs a little bit something. Phoenix has his little tuft. Edgeworth has his glasses. Kratos got his beard. Now that I think about it, Ryu got his beard too. And Ken lost his family. F's in chat for Ken Masters. It means they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Wow. Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds. To the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? I mean, it's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. For that is a part of my creed. Nothing and no one can sway me from that, not even the almighty Sprockets. Damn. Edgeworth puffing out his chest and being the biggest Giga Chad in the prosecution world. Although I'm pretty sure that the only person they could bully with less would probably be Blackwell. If someone just went up to Blackwell, he'd just reach straight for his sword. And he'd just start counting down from 10. And they're like, what are you counting down to? You have that many more seconds to get out of my sword's range. You charlatan! Right. If they think they can use their influence to bend the truth, they have another thing coming. You know, I almost feel sorry for them. They're really trying to protect their interests. But all they got instead was you. Edgy, come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? Or, I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back. Not for you or anyone else. Thanks for the warning, your righteousness. Glad you like that, V. You know, I have not been keeping up. I don't know what happened with Alex's story, and it sounds like I'm better off not asking. I've heard that it's been unpopular, so we can just keep that out of the way. I'll look it up on my own time. But tell me about yourself, Edgy. So, how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course. Unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Huh. Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, Wright. But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy, including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. Age, you say? What's everybody's unk rating here? 35? Wow. Isn't Phoenix, like, a decade older than that? Or... Wasn't Phoenix in his 40s? I mean, they were all the same age. Am I getting things mixed up? Never mind. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Yeah, your stress, you may have lost the lines from your stress levels, but the fact that you're 35 kind of pushes them back up. In 3 words. Better if I looked it up? Okay, we'll just go ahead and leave it there then. Edgeworth, about this incident, don't forget, Wright, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I am not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries? No. I guess we are adversaries for now. And you, Larry. Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But, Edgy, we're all pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now, come along. Ah, Nick, help me out here. Edgeworth doing God's work. And now it's just the OG duo. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick, you better hop to it too. Hop to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. This is gonna be fun! Chicken soup for the original trilogy soul. Oh my goodness. Right in me corazon! Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene then. Yeah, and away we go. That was the most spirit I've seen Phoenix have in a while. Like, in the entire trilogy. First time I've seen him go gung-ho. I mean, you know, it's always a good time when you're spending time with a wife, am I right? Where's Madara Katone anyway? So, this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. Yikes. We're pretty high up. At least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick. It's Emma. Hey, Emma. Over here. Emma and Maya doing the Spider-Man point at each other. Mr. Wright, Maya, does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. So, do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about his case. Do you think he could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as how he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. I'm surprised Nayuta let you come here, Emma. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. Dumas Gloomsbury. I almost want to say dumb as. Or... Did anyone ever see that old commercial where you had a guy who was interviewing at a company and he kept on calling the man Mr. Dumbass? And then at the end of it, like, I think I can really bring a lot to Dumbass Incorporated. So what do you think? Am I your man, Mr. Dumbass? And then the man just leans over, points at his nameplate, and says, "The name's Dumas." And I don't even think it was for any sort of major brand. Hold on, let me see if I can look this up. Mr. Dumbass commercial. Oh, did I find it? Yes, I did. Oh, it was for A&W, I guess. Yep, I'll go ahead and toss that into the Discord. Yeah, so anytime I see the name Dumas, I think of that commercial. I was surprised they could get away with that. But he was the most cheery person in the room. I say, he was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well. So that means the two of them were co-workers. Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant, after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very close and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police Ellen killed this man? The guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet. But the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are those exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. A Reddit post tells you it's doom and gloom. I see. So it's Dumas Gloomsbury. So the "os" part of the name doesn't have any bearing. They just picked a name that had the sound of the word doom in it. But why was a bride who was just about to start a happy new life kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why did he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So this Mr. Doom and Gloom attacked Ellen first. If she's only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we prove that, but wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company? It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? Thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. There's the motive. Her in-laws staged this whole thing just to get her arrested and to keep Soren from marrying down, as they might interpret. That's my theory going into this. Ellen Wyatt is all in white because she's in a bride's gown. And Soren Sprocket is soaring in gear, yep. Ellen Wyatt is all in white. Alright, that's good. That's real good. I was so focused on the acronym, I didn't see what was right in front of my face. So, what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock, with a secret mechanism built into it. It was on display here in the reception hall. You're telling me that statue is actually a clock? God damn. That's like a Mario game remaking World 1-1. Or in Dead Space 2 when they brought us back to the USG Ishimura. Chat, what is your favorite instance of a game paying homage to its humble beginnings? The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? That's funny. There's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence. There was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny looking clock. They call it the timekeeper. Really makes you think. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. The time machine, huh? Come to think of it, Ellen said her pendant was part of a time machine. Wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. Well, tell me more about that star-crossed marriage. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So the maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? Guess not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yeah, apparently the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed. That didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yep. If you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spent all my spare time in Khura'in watching soap operas on TV. I'm not sure that's enough to make you qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment, too. From the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, might be a boon for those who opposed their marriage to begin with. You know what? If this ends up being a red herring, it's gonna be a really good one. After all, Nolan's arrested and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Metroid other M is an acronym for Mom. Other M is an anagram for Mother. It's an anagram inside an acronym. I see. They, somebody on that game definitely put their work in. What counts exactly? Well, just any time that a game includes, like, elements or design from a previous title. Like in, Mario Galaxy, when they remade Thwomp's Fortress. Or I think it was Galaxy 2. I mean, Nintendo does it all the time. And, I don't know if, like, Pokemon Gold and Silver, including the Kanto region, would count, just because it's just the Kanto region. Alright, well, I'm not getting kicked out of here, so I guess I have to examine things. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Alan managed to move it quite a ways. Looks like a cow that's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse. No way. It's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. But look at his wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's a Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Well, personally, I think it looks like a stepladder. Let's see. Apparently, it's called a Pegamoo. So you were both right. I did not see that coming. Yet, somehow, the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? Huh. That's strange. What is? Well, this Pegamoo is definitely a male Pegabull, right? Yeah, I'd say so, with the horns and all. Okay, well, that Pegamoo over there is also a Pegabull. But take a look at that pamphlet. Huh. See? The one on the right says Pegabull, but the other one says Pegacow, a female Pegamoo. Right. Pamphlet goes on to say how they have Pegamoos for the happy couple. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and a female pair of Pegamoos. But for some reason, there are two males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room? Hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. In any case, we better check this thing out. Did this come from the lantern? Ugh, it's covered in blood. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern. Can you imagine going to open a door and finding a knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. Daddy Wright. He's realized his destiny. Hey, what's this? Ooh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me. Looks like they also wrote in a rush. Why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. Guess I'll take your word on that, Ms. Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey, even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright. Let's get back to the note. First thing that came to mind were East Origins and East 9, in which both of those cases, the homages are too significant to the game to really count. Well, I guess we'll figure some of those out soon enough. That note was apparently written by the victim. Why do you feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Whoops. So, Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. So he planned on pushing Ellen off from there. What a monster. Bloomsbury note added to the court record. Alright, what about this right here? This isn't anything. So, this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, would you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. Here's a photo of the scene as we found it. Oh, we got a little bit more going on. What do you think this is, Maya? Looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape for a flower petal. Suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this in any of the tables. Wonder where it came from. Guess that about does it for this lantern. Alright, this is the other Pegamoo. Wow, look at the ones on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. Seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. By the look of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily, too. Yeah, I bet it'd be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. This is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh, I get it. That way they can get inside to change the light bulbs. I see they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. Guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? Makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, can't say I see anything strange about this thing. Really? It's a hot air balloon. Symbol of humanity's ambition to take the skies. Romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah. I just noticed that doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Don't let it fall on my head. That's the Vista deck out there. The view is amazing, but I guess it must also kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kind of. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. You see, the newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know? They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Aw, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. Those tight corsets squeezing their waists, they can barely eat a bite. Really? Sounds like wedding receptions are absolute torture. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. And what's this now? This must be where the time machine was placed. Can't believe that's such a beautiful memento was used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, we have to prove Ellen's innocence no matter what it takes. I agree. Can't let this go down as the saddest flying wedding reception in history. I think that does it for this area. Oh, model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Ooh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? A Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over neo-old Tokyo. If Sprocket Aviation ever becomes a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. Please, I'll wait. At least wait until after the trial is over. Huh. There we go. We got more angles to look at. I wonder what this partition is for. I imagine people like the reception staff or entertainers use it, but wait behind it when they're on standby. I see. The partition this size? I bet they could even fit an elephant back there. Not that anyone's sane would.
It's a fog machine. What if they used it during the reception?
Oh. Hey, Nick. Go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because. Now go. Alright. I got a bad feeling about this. Foginator 9000 on! Maya, no! Huh? Ah, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it. All I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. You doing okay there, Maya? Fog machine, added to the court record. Let's see. Anything else? It's a door! Get a load of that huge set of doors. But all sorts of things can come and go through there. Talking about Golden Sun now. Like, an elephant! What's the elephants, Maya? I'm pretty sure it's just the bride and groom. It's the banquet hall, not a circus. Alright, we're flipping one more over. Alright, another fog machine. Is this gonna work? It's a fog machine for reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it! Ah, spoil sport. That's because I know how you operate. Ooh, a book. Or a wallet. It's a wallet! Gee, I wonder who that wallet belongs to. Chat, who do you think that wallet belongs to? It belongs to Giro Tornado, doesn't it? I wonder whose it is. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes. Yes, it does. Guess I'll bring it to him later. My man sold one book and got himself a custom-made wallet. Well, guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick. I want to see the rest of the airship. Might as well, since we're here. True. Might ever run into some of the other people involved in the case. Oh, hello. It's a summoner! Or some other type of, Fire Emblem magic user. Nick, how long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice until just now. Excuse me. Are you with Sprocket Aviation? Alright. Huh? Nick, you wrote something on that paper airplane. I guess we're supposed to read it then. Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Ah! That's the gushing groom. Or put another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Ellen's fiancé? Oh, there he goes. He's kind of an eccentric. Well, at least he didn't open fire on us. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yep, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, there's no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Oh, right. Well, he was heading outside. There he is. Hey, excuse me. Could we talk to you? Excuse me. Do you mind if I ask what you're doing? This game really likes its ellipsis, doesn't it? He sure is writing up a storm. It is possible. If an enormous change in mass, then theoretically matter can retain its form even as it crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow. So, could we ask you about the case? Snag. Ow! What the? Not interested? Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know. Are you not interested about that as well? The diameter of an airship is approximately the amount of energy necessary to move matter compared to the amount of mass is. He's off in his own little world. I mean, it couldn't possibly have been an arranged marriage, because his entire family was against it. Although, maybe the father had arranged the marriage. I don't know. I'll just keep on playing and see what we come up with. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. But to talk on this level, then, there's something you might be interested in. Boop. What are you showing me that for? Mr. Sprocket. Can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Okay, how about this? Can you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two are Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected based on Ellen's gushing testimonial, anyway. I'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy is the worst! I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. Guess that got your attention. So, is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then. At the same time, it is also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? The timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall, that is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphysically, it should be impossible. Unless, maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow interfere with the natural flow of the fourth dimension? We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel is a mode of transportation. Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they're all fundamentally similar in that they constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through the space-time continuum would shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick. I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. For generations, rocket aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next greatest leap. Oh, is he done? So, what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically, it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-thru to it, I guess? Oh, I get it! It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Nick, you gotta put a ring on that. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Ooh, that's a good one. Hell yeah, Soren's spitting bars here. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know. But you wouldn't understand. Did you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is, Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. I don't know. I kinda like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too. When it comes to inventions, anyway. Yeah. His apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So, I hear the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren? Hello there. It's time for the meeting on next term's project. What do we have here? What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut tut! You are future president! You must consider the business side, too. Is that a shoulder pauldron, or is that a little buddy? It is I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety? Nichati? Please call me Pierce. Chat analysis. I'm a Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler? I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I am most grateful to you for taking on Miss Allen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. So, hey, speaking of the case... Oh, wait a moment, please. The butler, arrest him! You know, butlers are known for having done it. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this is just a bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. And I guess it makes sense. Knowing the time is pretty important in this line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. There's a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Ms. Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick, a fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. What about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? No. You really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will. I should take the butler on his kind offer and go to Soren's place. Alright. You win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then. Well, we have over half the locations unlocked. And look at all these hoity-toity figures. Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited. Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. Now then, you won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions. Eh? That's why you invited us here? I'm sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder, after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. Aw, I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks, too. There, Maya. Don't cry. Man, I remember... It's interesting how, of all people, Maya doesn't inherit very many of her animations from the original trilogy. I think she had one where she was on the verge of tears. And this Pierce guy is one shrewd man. Hey Nick, look at that cute vintage radio. Radio? Oh, that thing over there, under the stuffed bull's head. I want to take a closer look. Well, that sounded expensive. I thought I told you to settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Cool. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. The mech did it. I'm not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That was incredible. What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway? It's my fixer-upper shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. It has too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though. That's so cool. I wish I had one of those. Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. I must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. Should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, I can't prove it yet, but no. I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? The prosecution says that when Bloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back, and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. I fear you're mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Besides, none of it matters now, as she is no longer a part of this family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I recall how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler. You know, I think Mr. Pierce and Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth as the butler. Oh, by the way, I suppose I should tell you all about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. You know what? I'm gonna go straight to the discovering the crime. It was some time after the reception. Some of the master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when I saw it, as when we saw it. A woman standing in front of the victim with the bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that is what I told the police who came in response to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Anyway, let's talk about time travel. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There's no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Oh! Master Soren said that. It sounds like he's still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Time for you to excuse yourself. What is it? I see. I believe I told you the madam will be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready, just in case. We must not disappoint her, understand? You sure are busy. All in a day's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Can you tell us about that thing you mentioned about Soren's past? There is something in Master Soren's past that he wishes he could change. Please forgive me. This isn't something I should start sharing. I should be sharing with strangers. I really want to know what Soren's still hung up on. Oh well. Let's go ahead and zip zap zop our looks around. Oh, it's a bridal bouquet. Hey Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it. Why me? Just because. I bet you look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. But doesn't tradition dictate that it's all the ladies who go after the bouquet? Who cares? Just catch it! Here! Ow! Hey, you threw that right in my face! Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet! Trust me! Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it. Whoops, too late now, huh, Nick? Alright, let's take a look at this radio that got patched up. Don't you dare touch that radio again. Looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again. Really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. What's this on the floor now? Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Well, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. Flying Chapel? What areas in the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask? Mostly areas you want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room in the hold, which is chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, What's Ellen's keycard doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? Oh, I don't believe so. She was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although, there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man, wearing a beret by any chance? Oh, yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake moustache. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Hey, Nick! Now here's a real lady. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she? Wonder who she is. You can see her on the airship. That is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Beautiful and capable, she was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see a resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Nick! Look at that airplane propeller up there going round and around. I see they got an aviation thing going on. Makes sense for an airline family. Wonder if it doubles as a fan. Ooh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency? How cool would that be? That's just behind the propeller wall, unless behind the bull wall across the way. Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the Sprockets get their milk. Nick. First of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk. Oh. Right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Let's see, let's go ahead and present Selena, I mean. Have details back. Oh, I wanted to present, but I went into the court records instead. Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister Selena, right? I don't think we met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. You wouldn't mind. Could you tell us about her? Oh, right. Very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. I see. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's eldest sister, was next in line. So, why is she becoming the next president? Because she died in a car accident. What? That's what I figured. I had no idea. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the accident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. That's why he wants to travel through time. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then. He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I am truly concerned. I believe it's high time we let go of the past. Damn. That's rough, buddy. Ooh, a camera. Actually, that's more than a little rough, buddy. That's actually terrible. I'm going to guess that the circumstances around that car crash are going to become important. Maybe there is some foul play at work here. Oh, are these pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Huh. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? Be my guest. Take as long of a look as you'd like. Ah, the happy couple. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? So let me see here. We got some happy people, and then we've got Pierce in the background there, not looking so happy. Or it's hard to get a read of them. And those must be all the in-laws. They're looking real trustworthy, aren't they? A thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Wow, look at how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce. Really? Where? Right there, behind the sweetheart table. Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. Green-haired man out of place. Oh shoot, was there? We can't, it hasn't been added to the court records, it's not. So what do you think, Nick? Anything in this photo stick out at you? Oh, not at the moment, anyway. There we go. Hey, Nick. Ellen really did travel in time. Which one's the green-haired man? I mean, are you trying to say that Pierce is? Yeah, he's got kind of a dark green going on. Not a vibrant green, but then again, if we put his hair up until it's 3 feet tall, maybe he'd look a little more familiar. Do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump. I wonder. Excuse me, sir. Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no. Why, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. Yep. The fact that he's so off-kilter about it lends a little bit more credence to the fact that she was being put on. As to what ends, I am not 100% sure, but he seems pretty sketchy about it. He clammed up faster than a clam. Hey, Nick, what are you doing here? Larry? Oh, man, Angie gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I'm gonna promote my new character, Cute Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of a tie-in with me for it. Wow, didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You could learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See? And this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I'm meaning to ask you something. You were there in the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I, What were you doing there? Nothing! Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of. But never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with, you weren't involved in this case, were you? Oh, my mustache! Larry? Run the hell away! I just knew it. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Can we get some talking head fire emojis? Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare this family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. Yeah, I guess we go out to the dock. There we go. There he is. Hey, Larry! Hey there, friend! Fancy meeting you here! There's nothing fancy about it. All we did was follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration for my new picture book hit me, and I had to run as fall. I was like, Epiphany! You dig? Right. He's gonna keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? What do you mean, playing? Come on, Larry. I know you're on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything! I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship! Well, you're about to get the Magatama. Cyclops. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. They're called Cyclops, and when I see them, I simply present the Magatama to try my hand at breaking them. If I can unlock them, I'm sure to finally get a straight answer out of them.
Take that!
What is Larry hiding? There's no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you got it all wrong. I got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops... nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. Oh. Don't diss me, Nick! If you're so convinced I'm lying, let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof you were on that airship.
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the receptional. Oh. Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? What? Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. Unlock successful. Larry, what are you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Didn't know you took on real jobs like that too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the internet. And that's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said thank you, oh, I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So, were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. I got upset and started wandering around the airship. What is that? What, is that a bubble? That must have been when I dropped my business card wallet. So, somebody else must have found it. Brought it to the reception hall then. Well, you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on that flying chapel. Like... Get a load of this! What the heck is this? You saw Skarmory out the window? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing! I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. So what's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what was outside the window! It's one of those flying dinosaurs! A real live pterodactyl! I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there! That airship traveled through time, I tell you! What? When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. But why would he try to keep you from spouting what is clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way. Are you really hanging on every word of Larry Butts, Phoenix? Nick, this case is totally amazing! Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not! Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head when he heard about this. Larry's drawing, the most important piece of evidence. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. How is that possible? Hey, Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now, if you don't mind. Mrs. card wallet swiped back by Larry. Oh yeah, well this is for you. What is it? It's a picture of the hold. That took him as all wandering around on the airship. Okay, so if we take a look there, we can see that we have both the lady and the lady and the gentleman Pegamoos up there. Got lots of gears, and we got those flowers, the flower petal that we saw inside the statue, the lantern. Interesting. See? There's Ellie right there in the middle. The hold. Yeah, see? It's right here on the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hold is. What was Helen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping area for the reception. I see. And around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So, this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be of any help, but thanks for this anyway. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how'd you get in there? That's a trade secret! I can't tell you! And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess it's basically a wrap on the investigation. A wrap on the investigation? Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen, too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center, then, so you can say hi. Are we actually going to have half-sized investigations and trials? So that's going to be 2 more streams instead of 4? No. Why? Please understand that this is Master Soren's best interests. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with someone. Well, look at who it is. The next president cannot be married to a criminal. It would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Ms. Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. Oh, if it isn't Mr. Wright. So, their marriage is definitely off? There's no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. No. In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? Suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured, I will prove her innocence. Phoenix just smoothly letting that nobody comment roll off the side of his head. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. Not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. There's one Legal Sim visual novel character who's able to change reality, and thank goodness she's not an Ace Attorney character. Right? And the reality is, Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I believe that's where you're wrong, Pierce. I'm clean! I swear I am! Obsessively, compulsively clean! Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress! Fine, you have my word, but you will be the one to regret this promise. For I invoke the Defense Culpability Act! Oh gosh darn it! Now, if you'll excuse me... I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation. We'd like to talk with you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. Well, that didn't take long. Ha! It wasn't what it looked like! He sure was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked. I was hoping I could go back in time again, just like I'd done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You're so desperate, you're ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No. And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? She didn't even catch it. Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nicotine told Larry to keep quiet about it. Night, Cody. Chat, analysis on Pierce's name. But why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that the Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact. Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, you did manage to find your key card at the Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I looked everywhere for it. I'm glad you found it. Persnickety. I was saying it right too. Pierce-nickety. Ha ha ha! Oh, these people are geniuses. At least they're tears of joy this time, for a change. Well, Nick? Looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. Well, that's right. I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling back through time. Great. The stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow. We're really gonna have our work cut out for us. So, in the previous game, we needed to defend an orca, and in this one, we need to prove that time travel exists. No big. So yeah, it seems like this DLC case is gonna have half-sized, or it's gonna have segments about the same size as Dual Destinies, which is A-okay. Wonder if the trial is also going to be half-size. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown. And I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren! Do you think he came to see how she's holding up? Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to say me. Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Honey. The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room. Third shelf from the bottom, on the right-hand side. Ah, I see. He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came just to ask about some stupid blueprints. There's a joke about finding the remote. Did you try looking through the cushions? No, I haven't. I'll be right back. Is he really that cold of a person? Or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? What about me, Soren? Ellen, he's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. Sorry, Ellen. Later. Damn. Someone call the Rizzler. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. I'm scared of clowns. Who wants to marry me? Anyway, looks like Soren isn't big on words. But it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Pulling herself together, like a magic trick. Mr. Wright, I absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm gonna do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. The trial's about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not gonna yield an inch. So I just gotta fight with everything I got and save Ellen. Oh boy, are we gonna get a full trial of Edgeworth and not just a single sequence? That'll be great. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen White. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. You just have to one me up every single time, don't you? Yes. Why, I oughta. And look, he took his glasses off. Now he's just straight up Edgeworth, even though he's got him in his jacket pocket there. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. Or some sort of downloadable content. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you. That's very personable of the judge to say. I hope someone made fan art of that. Phoenix, Edgeworth, Maya, and the judge just at a diner or someplace, just drinking and yakking the night away. That is so wholesome. That sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away. We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Ho ho ho! Still not one for light-hearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law. Guess I'll just have to have the party without him then. However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for your little welcome back party. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite, at the very least. He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant in the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity towards Ellen White, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss White with the intent to kill her. The defendant fought back, and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense and avoid the criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. The prosecution's first witness will make my view on the matter clear, Your Honor. Very well. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Who have we got? We got a pan up to Emma Skye. It always starts with the detective. Oh boy. I think this is the first time Edgeworth is going to be really interacting with Emma, unless they did that in the previous game. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom as you is a great honor. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick. Nah, I really could care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually care less. Now, Detective Skye, if you please. The fifth case of Ace Attorney 1, at least a re-release of it. Her older sister was being prosecuted, and Edgeworth was the prosecutor there. But, you know, I guess she just figured that everyone was just doing their jobs at some point. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit with it from behind and fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. That seems the most pressable statement. He was struck twice? That's right. There's no mistake about it. The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defendant delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means... what exactly? Up, here come the Edgeworth animations. His shrug, his desk slam. I am so looking forward to seeing him do his signature bow. I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did? But how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious. Nick, is he saying what I think he is? I don't feel so well. And thus, Mr. Wright, has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous attempt. Allow me to belatedly submit this victim's autopsy report. It will be updated, I assure you. And there it is, one of my favorite GIFs of all time. Oh, so that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual. It's fine, right? It's not like we're going to plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen. He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. That's your report, and to the court record. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Hey, Phoenix and Edgeworth, together again. You know, after the last time they were together again. Murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Are you completely sure the murder weapon was the Timekeeper? Yes, completely. The shape of the injury on the victim's head matches up with that of the Timekeeper, and it's definitely heavy enough to kill someone with. Would the defendant have been able to pick up and swing something so heavy? I tried it myself, and I was able to lift it up just fine. Maybe you're just freakishly strong? Excuse me, Mr. Wright? All of you know that people in the Force know me as a dainty forensic investigator. Sorry. Really, you're hardly a delicate flower. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. Save your antics for after the trial, if you know how. Yes, sir. Won't happen again, sir. Moving on. Edgeworth just has everyone's leash, doesn't he?
Hold it!
The defendant was fighting back against the victim, right? So, wouldn't she have hit him from the front and not from behind? The victim must have tried to run, Miss Wyatt started fighting back. That's probably when he got hit from behind. I see. Thus the blow to the back of his head. The defendant must have looked awfully scary when she was brandishing that clock. I don't know about that. Regardless of how scary Ellen looked, the victim was definitely hit from behind. May I go on? Yes, of course, please do. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body, holding the murder weapon. But that's only because she was so panicked when she found the body that she tried to use the Timekeeper to go back in time.
Objection!
Huh. That was a really mothball-y objection. Mr. Wright, do you have any idea how absurd you sound? But Ms. Wyatt really believed she could travel through time with that clock. You really should have come up with a more credible story, you know. Yes, I agree. A3, but it's all I've got to go on. Anyway, under the circumstances, the only conclusion we can draw is that the defendant killed the victim. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Ms. Wyatt must have had a chance to escape after she struck the victim the first time. So why would she stick around and hit him with such a heavy object again? Well, about that, allow me to explain. Why did she strike him again indeed? To finish off the victim, of course. This very act clearly shows that she had every intention of killing Mr. Gloomsbury. No. But Ms. Wyatt would never do a thing like that. Then let's see some evidence that disproves my theory. No. You're just gonna stand there and take that from him, Nick? I can't refute his claim head on, so I'll have to approach it from a different angle. Well, looks like we won't be going anywhere until we can refute Edgeworth's claim. This is so exciting! We haven't taken on Mr. Edgeworth in ages. Yeah. Okay, Nick, now go get him. No need to rush me, Maya. Alright. Better start away comparing Emma's testimony with the evidence we have. Look for any glaring inconsistencies. Yep, because this DLC case, just like in the previous game, could easily be the first case that someone does. If they have the DLC, they could just do it right off. They won't let people wait for it. Murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Murder weapon, dubbed the Timekeeper, it's a clock with a secret mechanism. The victim was hit with it from behind and fell over, so let's see the autopsy report here. Time of death, September 20th, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Cerebral hemorrhage from a strong blow to the head. One contusion was found on the back of the head, one on the side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Okay. The victim was hit with it from behind, and he fell over right into the lantern. Let's see here. He fell over into the lantern, you say? He fell right into the lantern. And according to this, he fell over backwards into it. I guess I can see that up close better. Love is always in the air in the Flying Chapel, the only wedding venue after the ceremony. Peekaboo mascots will light up the happy couple from both sides of the sweetheart table. Cerebral hemorrhage found on one, contusion found on one side. The blows were caused by the same weapon. Fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Well, hello there, Mother Catone. Doesn't the autopsy report say both wounds are from the same weapon? Yes, they do. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was hit with it from behind and fell over right into the... The victim was struck twice, by the way. And we confirmed that it was one time in the back of the head. How do we know the order of those hits, by the way? How do we know the one on the side didn't hit first? The way she words the first sentence makes it sound like the second blow was from the lantern? Really? The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. The victim was hit from behind, they fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. So my question is, how did he cleanly fall into the lantern? On the, oh wait, no, it's open on that one other side. You got here just before the trial started. Can you see the victim photo? Let me see, so... Yeah, how would she be able to hit him on the side from that angle? That seems highly improbable, with the same weapon. So, I'm gonna present that.
Objection!
Oh, that ain't it. That isn't a point of contention? That she struck him on the side of the head while he was inside of this thing? So we got petals, we've got the blood in the hand, we've got the light bulb, we got the note. The victim was struck twice, by the way. No, the victim was hit with it from behind. Oh, he was hit from it from behind, then he fell over right into the lantern. If he was hit from behind, why is he face up then? That's what we're proving here.
Objection!
There you go. The point of contention is hitting him twice after he hit the lantern. What? Detective Sky, I'm afraid I'll have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. If the victim had been hit from behind, as you claim, he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Sky, even if it is Mr. Edgeworth's. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Sky's testimony. Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back down, then you're sadly mistaken. I wasn't usually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to do my absolute best, too. Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? The defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. Indeed, that was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? Is it possible the victim's body was moved after he fell into the lantern? I'm gonna say no. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? But what makes you so sure? One look at this here, and it should become obvious. What am I pointing out specifically? Is it up top here? Okay, on the side. I mean, I know that the lantern is in the way.
Take that!
Okay. The lantern is in the way, but from which direction? Or am I off the mark on what I'm trying to present here? It was impossible to move him because... Okay. I thought it was because these walls were in the way, but now I've eliminated all of that. How... What proves the victim's body could not have been moved? This piece right here? Okay, those broken bits of the lantern. Gotcha. I was thinking way too literally. Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke. You're right! But wait a minute. If that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right. Which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. You know what I just realized? Maya has a serious case of eyes in front of the hair. I mean, I don't think she always had that. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. What? In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims.
Objection!
Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Therefore, when the murder occurred changes nothing with regard to her guilt. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended.
Objection!
Sorry, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, And that means someone somewhere put the victim's body into the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have just put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words, if the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that he was killed some other way, the defendant didn't do it. Wait, what? Isn't that exactly what we're trying to prove here? What you talking about, Willis? He was killed somewhere else. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Oh, you're right. You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence, and in something that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim really was killed. Very well, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else? What does prove it? Statement. This note. Yeah, Vista deck.
Take that!
Nope. What proves that they were moved from someplace else, huh? Oh, wait. It's because there were two bulls, right? Although, photo of the hold. Yeah, they were moved from the hold.
Take that!
Okay. That's no-go there either. Okay, I might as well just throw everything at the wall. Nope. So we're going straight back to the photo of the victim, you say? The photo of the victim again? Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. So, it's not the note, so I'm guessing it's gonna be one of the flowers, because the flowers were also in the hold. Flower petals, Mr. Wright. These petals are from a kind of flower that were not present in the reception hall. This means they must have gotten in the lantern when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? I propose this piece of evidence will tell us where the flower petals came from.
Take that!
Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Well then, there you go. Once again, I was ahead of myself, per usual. Notice how their petals are of the same shape as the petals in the crime scene photo. Yes. I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection!
Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. Nani? I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. Oh, look at who went along the same line of thought as me. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor, let it go with Mr. Edgeworth and move on. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you'd have anyone you'd actually give any. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all. Ooh! Phoenix's hands! Maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself.
Go! This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers.
That's hardly relevant to the case at hand.
Damn!
Phoenix came out swinging. The defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in the hold. If the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason, it would completely destroy the prosecution's case. You mean the body was... Yes, the victim's body was... inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What? Oh my.
Objection!
Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence, and you'll soon see what I mean. I wish you would just tell me already. Detective Sky, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Ha! Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Let's see what you can do.
Detective Sky, please give your testimony to the court.
Prosecution's rebuttal. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states the estimated time of death was after the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong, unless time travel was involved. It's clear Mr. Bloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on the basics? Sure. I must say, you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. I beg your pardon. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimated me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination.
Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright.
Is this the tutorial on pressing? Victim could not have been killed before the reception. You sound pretty certain. You must have some solid grounds for making that claim, right? Of course I do. And you're gonna feel silly when I show you what they are. Ready? Feast your eyes on this. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. I've read the autopsy report too, you know. Think you don't need me to explain it to you, right? How there's no way the victim could have been killed before the reception, I mean? Detective Sky, I think you overlooked something big. I have? Why don't you take another look at the evidence? But I've already looked at all the evidence. And quite carefully too, I'll have you know. Detective Sky, you're not to be taken in by his verbal antics. He is simply bluffing, as always. Right, sir. Estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. Is it possible the culprit did something to obscure the real time of death? No, not in this case. There's no snow or anything to keep the body from decomposing. And there's no fridge on that airship big enough to fit a body into. So you've already checked into that, I see. It all comes down to the estimated time of death, doesn't it? Couldn't the killer mess with the victim's time of death by keeping the body on ice? Well, gee, I wonder when we've heard about ice during this investigation. Yeah, they had the means to. The prosecution is treating the estimated time of death as an absolute. But is it really? I take it you don't think it is, huh, Nick? In that case, we're gonna have to find a way to convince them otherwise. Yeah, there's gotta be a way somehow. I know what we're doing here. The estimated time of death was after the reception. Uh-huh. But, what if we show you one of these?
Objection!
Never mind! I thought I was onto something. Unless I presented on the wrong statement. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. The victim could not have been killed before the reception. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. That's what I'm supposed to do. That's the statement that we're presenting on.
Objection!
There we go. I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally! That means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death? Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Ah, yes, that super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see. So your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold? Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. Oh! Emma's, crumbling. This whole trial is just everyone out smugging each other, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. Phoenix, with his years of experience and his win streak, and Edgeworth just being Edgeworth. Order in this court! Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? The victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception. The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Nani? What for? I didn't know a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now, thanks to you, I do. What piece of evidence? To get in the hold, one needs a key card, like this one. Oh dear. Huh. And yet we have Pierce Nickety, who came in before Ellen. And here, we have a record of who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. And as you can see, the last person to enter the hold that day was the defendant. What? So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been... That's right. It was none other than the defendant. I'm just gonna go ahead and introduce this evidence. Hey Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's. Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety also had gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit? Sorry, Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at the time. I'm sure they would have been happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Wasn't Ellen's key missing? Somebody found it? Yep. Let me look at its description again. Oh. Was it taken from me? I guess it was taken from me. No. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hole in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Ms. Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. You know all about it, actually. Look at her, frying up those carne asada tacos. For my last task as a servant in a Sprocket household, I ordered to take on the preparation and clean up the reception banquet. I see. Ah! Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nonetheless, thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is Ellen Wyatt. Ah! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time, before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright, are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? I guess you have to assume it'll be a bluff. Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there. I will. Well, alright then, let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her key card? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. And are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what? Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's key card. You can? Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member? Oh, that's right. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Ms. Wyatt's card. Boop.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word of that to me. That's not surprising, because Mr. Niggity told him to keep quiet about it. Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me as proof. Then it was he who moved the lantern with the body inside the reception hall? You know as well as I will with him, anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we were saying since elementary school? When something smells, it's usually the butts. Exactly. Ugh, that Larry, you'll pay for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it! No! Why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. I ask that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time. They really did say the thing, didn't they? I should have taken the picture of Edgeworth saying it, because that would have been Edgeworth talking about things being smelly and buttses. Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face-off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. Whew, I'm exhausted already. Boss! I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. Most of that recess is to prepare for the oncoming headaches. Yeah, they need the bailiff to run out and get some migraine medication. We need to get some Tylenol. We need to get some aspirin. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. They needed the bailiff to run out and get some aspirin. You're really athletic and fit, Athena. So Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. That may be true. Which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at maximum overdrive! Ha! Looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Nunny. Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene! No! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run the hell away! Hey you're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearly. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe, you can't forget him? Well, Capcom sure as hell has. Is that all we're going to say about Gumshoe? Is that going to be his only proof of existence in 3 whole games? We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So, Larry's the next witness, right? Can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Sucks, doesn't it, Athena? all the way over in Khura'in, Apollo looked up from his piles of papers. He just stares off into the distance and just breathes a very calm and peaceful sigh. And Dats is like, hey, what are you so happy about all of a sudden? I don't know. but I sure feel great. Here we go. Court will now reconvene. Nick! Angie! The two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick! How could you? I don't really think he did it, of course. I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself from any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. That is your testimony. All right. Okay. That's nice. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. Well, that certainly went just about as well as we could have expected. Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can any of you show me a little respect? Even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would, for any testimony to cross-examine.
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection! That super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk! Don't you have any compassion for me? How can you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school! I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Ms. Wyatt that entered the hole with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your childhood friend? Well, technically, yes. It isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick! Nick! You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine. In that case... Well, get this. Our friendship's over. Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore! This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Ms. Wyatt will be found guilty. For real? On God? If no new information comes out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real, on God. Not that I would have a problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell you! Bull lantern? What? Did I say something weird? You told me you didn't attend to the wedding reception. Apparently they told me only family and relatives could attend. They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah! So what? And that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved. We're out here debating what sex a lantern has. Let that sink in. So how could you know it was a bull lantern? You didn't actually have to go to the reception to know that. Anyone can tell there were two pega bulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air here. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Anyone could tell there were two pega bulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. Oh, really? The pamphlet, you say? The pamphlet that shows one bull and one cow? This pamphlet right here? I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a pega cow and a pega bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? On that day, instead of putting a pega cow and pega bull out for the bride and groom, there were two male pega bulls on display. Oh. Yet somehow, you knew there were two pega bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the pega bull to the reception hall, wasn't it? Oh, no! No, Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Wait, hold it! Wait, Nick, you don't think I'm the murderer, do ya? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt. You ended up killing him? Maya, not you too! Look, I did sneak in the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me. I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure. But some of the Sprocket men caught up and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually. That's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the aerodactyl Larry. Mr. Wright, not even you would take this boss that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? Do I? Or do I find someone else? I mean... It would be funny, though. I mean... Yeah, we have no... Uh-oh. The stream just... The stream health just told me that you're not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Everybody here experiencing some buffering? Oh, I just dropped a hefty amount of frames. Why am I dropping frames, man? Not even doing anything. I need to upgrade my OBS or something. Accuse our good friend Larry? No. Guess I have no choice but to accuse him. Wait a minute. Larry didn't have any reason to kill Gloomsbury. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. That makes me think of the moment in the Stormblood Hildebrand quest, when you have the choice to either save Hildebrand or save the wolf. Hildy's reaction was incredible if you don't save him. Might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride while trying to elope with her. Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry, and I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. Nick, oh buddy, old pal, I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony just now we were through. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth. Understood? It's just like Nick said. Oh, you've already got the Allegra testimony. I'm the one who moved the lantern. Alright. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Huh. Interesting. So, you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? Then that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Mm-hmm. It would appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? This note from the defendant, exchanged with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus, as he has become a suspect in Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Well, that second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought that there was a dead body in it. Oh, what's a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? Hold it! Oh, never mind. You got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection.
What a sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy! I don't believe it!
Objection!
You still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well, Miss Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. Why didn't you tell us that sooner? Because I knew your guys were going to be suspicious of me, that's why! We're suspicious of you now because you tried to hide it. My faults, exactly. Well, now I've told you. Happy? So how about letting me go? No, not yet. We need you to stick around to sort a few things out. Aw, fine! I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. The lantern you swapped out was a female Pegamoo. A Pega cow, right? Yeah, I guess. Why did you replace a female lantern with a male one? Well, because I was too busy trying not to get caught. I didn't have time to check for little details like that. If you didn't want to get caught, you could have just left well enough alone, you know. Hold on, let's see. Why are you no, the main one? Yeah, I just wanted to poke around the reception hall, and you just thought that was a female penguin. The male one, you're too busy trying not to get caught. Whatever! Anyway, when I took a look at the broken lantern, I saw... there was a note on it that said, "Exchange with the one in the hold, Alan." That note wasn't addressed to you, was it? Well, I guess not, but... how could I let my dear sweet Ellie do all that hard physical labor on her own? It's precisely that thought process that constantly gets you in trouble, Larry. Besides, it was my big chance to show her how much I cared about her. So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time? Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time. I didn't have as much luck. Those sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And then they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Should you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to the case? Obviously. Mr. Butts trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin? I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well. Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. I tried to sneak into the reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. So you got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wanted the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt? But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry's saying you replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait, huh? You're right. It doesn't make much sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. It contradicts with this? What does it contradict with? Let's see. After he broke out of the cabin... So he broke out of the cabin and then he, Oh, wait. That was... When did he take this? Larry in the photo in the hold, Sethly taken... Yeah. The photo. And in what sense does this piece of evidence contradict with this statement? Wait, it doesn't? Never mind. Oh. They don't even ding me for that one. Interesting. Alright, we're going to do all this stuff here. Alright, let's go ahead and... Can I prove this yet or no? Is it the drawing? Does it contradict the drawing? Absolutely not. Alright, what does it contradict? I actually do. Ellen saw a suspicious third party in the Vista deck, which is being attacked by Gloom's Ray. That doesn't have anything to do with Larry. Panther for the flying trample. The broken lantern, the lantern in which the victim's body was found. Larry wheeled it from the hole to reception hall before the reception began. And when was Larry locked away again? That was before the reception, wasn't it? Well, let's see. Is that? Yes, it's a broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, well, that's what you said, isn't it? You also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Wait, what? You swapped the lanterns before the reception, after you got locked in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. In other words, you're saying you swapped lanterns before... Oh, sneak into the reception while it was in play. Gotcha. That certainly doesn't make sense, does it? Uh-oh. We're buffering again. Why am I buffering? YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Yeah, I'm getting a real loss here. Why is it doing this? Well, hopefully the VOD is gonna be fine. I'm dropping frames, man. Let me just go ahead and reset the... Okay, I just restarted it again, and it looks like things have evened out. Can we confirm that things have evened out? That was bizarre. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it? Before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts, I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Are we going back to the case of time travel? Or, yeah, so now we're going back into the time travel that occurred. So either this real time travel, or we're actually going to reveal that she was being put on and made to believe that time travel happened. The first reception, I don't like where this is going. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound, and we went back to the time before the reception. It was after that when I replaced the lantern. So, it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? We went back in time before the reception. So, of course, the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why I said it makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment that I'm not aware of since I saw him last? Well... None of the sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do. And Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but... could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing. Go on, Nick. I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much choice, Nick. To heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. The defendant, Miss Island Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. So yeah, Ellen was not in on it. So everyone who wasn't in on, like I kept on saying at the beginning, everyone is putting on Ellen, and because they don't even know about Larry's existence, he wasn't exactly being put on, but he definitely wasn't part of it, so they would have no reason to get him in on it either. She said that after reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that, as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. It's what? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? Or at least they thought they experienced it. You can save a lot of face if you just made it a matter of perception. What absolute rubbish! Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years. But this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So, what if a time machine has already been successfully created? And what if that's one of Sprocket's Aviation's top secret inventions? A time machine? Yeah! I even saw some while we were time traveling! I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky! Maybe the airship was set to travel through time for their honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, as I thought. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you're no more intelligent than Larry. Hold your horses there, Edgeworth. Goddamn. Hold it! Not so fast now, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here! This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception! What? What? Larry clutching it. Larry, I can't believe you... Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, and we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice.
But do you really think such a difference exists?
Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you.
This is preposterous. Very well. Please show the court what's different then.
This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. What could that even be? What am I even looking for? What could even be an indication that the wedding reception was held twice? We've got food, we've got wine, we got this gentleman, we got this lady. Let's look at the first picture, shall we? So it's from two different angles. We've got, let's see, so we're looking at it from the front. Let me see. And now they're looking at it from the other side. So you got the gentleman, we got the woman in the red dress, and we've got the woman in this, like, white or blue dress. That's not it. You got this gentleman, and we've got this woman in the red dress. Is that the same? No. We're looking at it from over here. Does even that prove that it's been done twice? Man, I need a side by side. So he's on the left, and this table has the lady in the red dress, the gentleman, and that. And let me see. We've got red wine, we got flowers, we've got a bouquet of roses. Oh! Hey, those aren't roses! I don't know what they are, but that ain't the same thing. Boom, baby. Please direct your attention to Miss Wyatt's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. When the photo Mr. Butts took, she's holding a red bouquet. You're right.
That's impossible. What does this mean?
It means that the defendant really did experience two wedding receptions, and she did that when she traveled back through time.
What?
Nick, you did it! You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true! Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we've based this trial on upside down! I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened!" every 5 seconds at the screen. You just stay away from the movie dates altogether.
That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs.
That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how inexplicable... Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion. You've only need to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. That is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no member of the Sprocket family has ever mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you'll see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible. Your argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is... everyone at the reception. I've been saying it ever since the beginning of the stream. Everyone who is here with me since the beginning of the stream can vouch for it. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, a brilliant deduction defense. I can tell you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say, I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You've revealed it all to the light of day. Then, that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice. Not because of time travel, no. We simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Bloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. It was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed. They needed her no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and so they did it. And do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here is wrong. The real scene of the murder was not in the hold. It was the Vista deck. What? then Ms. Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Ms. Ellen killed Bloomsbury is undeniable.
This is quite a turn of events.
And so it appears we've arrived at the truth at last. Now, please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth.
I bet you can't do it.
I bet I can't either. Your Honor, you'll have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit.
Objection!
You still want us to believe the defendant's words? Perhaps you lost more than your touch during your time abroad. Are we back? It's buffering again. It's telling me that I'm dropping frames for no good reason. Alright. I think we're heading towards the end of it, so let's see if we can just push it in. This third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it.
Objection!
But by the same token, how can we trust those who conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you?
Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further.
Very well, Your Honor. That was close.
Mr. Nicotine, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one.
Understood, Your Honor.
Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned.
Oh, are we back? Looks like we're back. Don't know what happened. Might have been my my ISP. But anyway, basically we were able to after the revelation of all that silliness, basically Phoenix kept on harping on about the mysterious figure in the defendant's testimony. And the judge came to the conclusion that we just did not have enough evidence to come to a verdict. So, we're going to revisit this at a later time. But, yep, we were able to buy ourselves a little bit more time. And then the next investigation started immediately after that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like, in addition to time travel, we're now experiencing a little bit of space-time compression. And, the time travel was so powerful it was messing with the stream. Might have been something on my end. I'll see if it happens again. But, yeah, I'm not doing anything different from what I usually do. But, we basically got through the entire thing. You're very welcome for the stream. Glad you had a great time. And the winds and the goddess be with us all. And Blorf. And, of course, thank you if you're watching this stream as a VOD. I'm wondering what this VOD's gonna look like. If it's just gonna show the straight-up recording, or if that's also gonna buffer too. Should be fun. You can tell me in the comments. By the way, like, subscribe, comment, ring the bell, join the Discord. It is in the description. It'll let you know when the next stream comes up. Next time, I might do a different game, because we all know what Wednesday is. And I usually try to mix it up and be a little bit funny with it. Next stream falls on April Fool's, by the way, exactly. So if anybody has any suggestions, or I could just mess with everybody's expectations, man. If only... I'll have to look at a couple of funny things. I'll also have to remember what I did for April Fool's Day in the previous years. Yeah, technically Wednesday is hump day, so I have no idea what I'm gonna do, and that's not a bit. Do a Leisure Suit Larry. We've had enough Larry for this week. We've had enough Larry. We're taking a little bit of a Larry break, let's just say. Do we even own a Leisure Suit Larry game? Let's see. Nope, I do not. Do Pokemon Scarlet and Violet then? I already did play Scarlet and Violet. It was a Nuzlocke. Go into my live tab and go back in time. You can do your own time travel and go back to when I did that Nuzlocke. The champion route specifically. The 5th gym or the 3rd Elite Four member. What are we even going into on here? But yeah, if you have any suggestions for April Fools, or I'll just do my own thinking about it. All this comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? But all of our talk about April Fool's Day has brought us straight to reset time, so it's a perfect time. Next time, April Fool's, most likely. What form that will take, I have absolutely no idea, but it should be fun. Until then, I'm out.